Welcome everyone, welcome to another coffee stream today. Today is Flipping Friday, and fries are legal. I don't know what happened there to the Zoom. I thought everything was prepared, but if you see, maybe the chat is big too. I don't know. Should I Control C? Maybe I don't know what's going on over there. Well, let's see. If the Blender scene is fine, I will keep going. If no, I can Control C. Maybe I zoomed in or something. Well. How are you doing over there? Today, of course, we're gonna keep working on the Sailor Moon animation over there. And after our work day, so 7 hours and a half or something, we're gonna be playing Big with the boys. Okay. This is where we left off. Okay, this scene is pretty... it is fine. So maybe it was my mistake over there. Who knows? Maybe I touched the scroll wheel or something. Well. Let me shrink the fries spaceship over here. Put a little bit of background music and start cooking over here. Let me see. Music, where are you? Let's go. Well. Last day we were baking the physics here. We have a little render. To show the current progress. But we're baking to go to Unity. To be able to switch. When everything is done and dusted here, just bake the eye case to the main bones. When everything is done and dusted, I should probably try and export with all the materials consolidated into the main ones. I also need to solve, for example, the makeup kit. This little thingy is currently, if we check the armature, it's not parented, it's not inside the root, you know? And I may need to put it inside. You see, we have the bubble, the camera, and the makeup. They are outside the root bone. And I'm not sure if that should be the case. I think they all should be inside the root. But I also don't want to lose their positions, you know? So I need to parent them here, but keep the transformation, or bake them or something. So let's see if we can figure that out, shall we? I need to also fix one of the backgrounds, the one with the bubbles. Ideally I should paint the rest of the backgrounds, but I think I'm gonna skip for now. I don't know. Because eventually I should do it so that all of them are made by me. I need to fix this one. The sliding bubbles. I need to do the transformations, the reset outside. Should be easy enough to fix. And for the most part, the rest should be fine. This makeup kit, this one she's wearing right now, is this one we have over here, the one that's not parented. And I think if we were to have, let me lower the music a bit. If we were to have the character, we have her here, right? With that not parented to the root, if we move her around, I think it will not follow her chest, you know? So, I mean, I can have it there, disable it and keep the old one. Do I still have the old one over here? How is it called? Makeup lead and moon crystal. I don't know how do I call it here, and did I delete it? Magic makeup lead. Moon crystal is the lower part, I think, or the literal crystal that's inside. I think I may have deleted that part because we are not using it anymore. I mean, for the animation is okay, but the character needs, well, it has its own bone. I guess as long as it's able to I was gonna say keep the position, but not really. It needs to keep the child of chest when it's done with the animation. We can bake these two guys. We not only can, but we need to probably, right? To preserve it in Unity. But if we remove them, right now the parenting is not even on the root. So we can bake everything to the root and get rid of these constraints, maybe. Or to the chest. Maybe it's smarter to do it to the chest. Because that's where it should belong, right? We can keep the visual keying of this transformation. Bake it to the chest. And the problem is, for example, if later, for example, I want to do a correction here on the root bone, right? I want to do a correction so that she finishes. I should probably do this first, right? Because she starts the animation at 0, here, but she ends more to the front. She finishes there, but she starts at here at 0. So I need to correct that basically by pushing her back. Probably we can use the moment where she does the jump or where she's spinning around, question mark. I think I need, let's see, is this camera bone? No. Sorry, I was not able to, I was not awake yesterday. Well, I woke up, I reloaded your tab, and I went to bed again. No enough energy to be jumping yesterday. Sorry about that. Hope it was. Hope you made progress. I checked the board, but barely. Basically saw you were blending 2 hours and playing Overwatch 2 hours more. But that's about it. Hope it was productive and okay. Cut flower. Let's see. So I think first of all I need to make it so that this camera bone follows the root. Right now it's not parented. It's parallel to it in the hierarchy. So I need to parent it to the root and keep the visual transform. Once all of that is done, first of all the background mesh should follow the same too, but I think it is parented to that bone, right? And this background is it has no parent, the mesh. Okay. Shouldn't it be parented to the root? If we're gonna be exporting it? I think so. Okay, so how can I keep the transformation here? First of all, is this mesh doing crazy stuff? There is the mesh plane. It is moving around. Okay. Does it have a constraint or something? I don't think so. Why is that the case? No, this is from the sound stripe. Okay, so is the camera the one that has the constraint? Or the camera bone? Doesn't seem to be the case, right? Constraints, nothing. Here, nothing. Modifiers, nothing. Okay. It has the keyframes. Let's check the bone. Does the bone impose? Do you have any constraint here? No, it was baked. Whatever it was. I think it was copying the transforms at some point. Okay. In the new Blender version, you can choose where is parented to the bone. It's kind of neat. Okay. So how should we proceed here? First of all, I'm gonna save an incremental just in case I break it. Okay, now I'm gonna parent the camera bone to the root. But I want the transform to remain the same, the animation, right? So keep transform is probably not gonna cut it. But maybe I can bake it or something. Let me see. Pause. If I do bake, what options do I get? Let me see. Because I may, let me see, copy location, rotation, scale, and transforms. Okay, Camera solver, follow track. Let's see, I'm gonna look it up. How can a parent and bone to another and keep the current animation? You have to bake it. But how? Do you need a transform or a modifier to keep it? Let's see. Parent while keeping the pose. Keep offset. No, to preserve the animation, bake action, right? Visual keying. Okay. Child of constraint first. Select the bone in pose mode. Select the target armature. Okay, need to bake the current animation using visual keying. Change the bone hierarchy. Bake again if necessary. The animation has been baked, but is it baked to what? To world coordinates or to... For example, I go here to frame 1. Let me save before breaking stuff. This is already an incremental. Now, this bone. In edit my parent to root. Okay. Now, does it break a lot? Did it not break? Ah, it broke there. But it broke. I think the camera is fine. The background broke. The background is spinning like the with the root bone now. So I probably need to bake that too. But the camera works beautifully, I would say. Let me see what's going on with the background here. This background also inside this collection. You're parented to the camera, parent bone camera, which is legal enough. My question is, okay, I see. The bone and the camera are off sync because I never parented the camera to the bone, which is great because now I can rekey this bone to the camera, can make it follow. The camera never broke really. Okay, so can the bone, that's now inside the hierarchy, right? Let me see. Yeah, can now this bone with a bone constraint copy the transforms of the camera. Now I can bake that, and then the background will be fixed as a consequence, hopefully. Okay, frame 1, rest the pose. You are in proper position, and you have to be copy the transforms of object camera new. Camera new. Replace wall space. Okay. I guess wall space, right? And now we should bake and clear the transform, the constraint. Let's see. I need to bake the transforms for the selected bone. Pose. Let me pause her just in case. Okay. Pause. Bake animation. Bake action. From the start to the finish, only selected bones. Visual keying. Well, we can clear the constraint. We only need the pose. Location, rotation, yeah, whatever, everything. Okay. I think this should work. Yeah. Let's see. Blender is thinking a lot. Okay, it's finished. clear the constraint automatically. Now the bone should do the same the camera is doing. Even if she goes for a spin. Okay. Seems to be working. So now, if we were to look from the camera, the background should be in place, even when she spins, right? Okay. First illegality solved. Nice. Okay. Next. Well, now we can parent the camera to the bone and keep in the transform, right? But that's not as urgent. The makeup kit and the bubble should be easy enough. We want to do the same with the bubble, basically. Bubble has a bone, and I want the bubble bone to be inside the root to be able to move everything. Oh, the bubble! And the bubble is non-explosive today. How are the 3D glasses going over there? Have you unlocked all the 3D vision? All the pixels? Can you see the fourth dimension? I'm sorry for yesterday. I will be there today because today I'm gonna be awake anyway. So today is probably not gonna be a big deal. Okay. So the bubble bone. Let's press the pause. Select only the bubble bone just in case, and you need to be. There is the bubble bone from top to bottom of the bubble. You need to follow that mesh. Let me see by any chance we have any parenting relation here. Bubble in object mode. This bubble, it is parented to the bone bubble. Okay. So it's happening the other way around. The mesh is parented to the bone. I think it can be done anyway. Let's see. Bubble bone. We need to basically bake its transformation. Right. Let me see. What is it? Where are you, Mr. Bone? This is the bone. And we want the position to remain, so let's see. Bake action. From start to finish, only selected bone. Visual keying doesn't have a constraint. We don't need to, as far as I know. It doesn't have any constraint. So let's see. Animation, bake action. Only the pose. Pose. Okay, bake. But when you bake the action, what are you doing really? You're keyframing the pose in world coordinates or something. Or I could, for example, I could bake the mesh and parent the bone, parent it again, and then copy the transforms of the mesh. That's another way to do it, I guess. This bubble now has the baked action. Let's pause her. Let's see if it's working. How goes the baking? I just baked. I parented the camera now inside the root, and the background follows accordingly, and it has been baked properly. Now I'm baking the bevel and the makeup kit so that everything gets inside the root. So that when this battle angel moves around, everything follows. How are you doing, Mr. Banana? Hope this Friday is looking fresh. Hope it's looking great over there. By the way, I was seeing the other day, I was rewatching Kishot's blinking animation. Is she breathing? Is she breathing while blinking? Because I noticed her shoulders going up. Are you start to stack in animations in there? In the NLA, as you said. That would be neat. Yeah, you put the breathing on the NLA. Ooh. And how did you do that? Did you download a breathing motion? Or are you just, I don't know, maybe scaling the chest and moving the shoulders up a bit, maybe? I don't know, how would you animate a breathing animation? Ah, exactly. Oh, big brain, big brain. Yeah, well, she looks gorgeous, man. She looks gorgeous. So, wonderful job. I would like you to have some sort of solution to be able to test in Blender, right? You can always export her to Warado, but that's a bit more tedious. I don't know. I'm assuming you have Android, so I don't know exactly what sort of program. I know there is a Between app for Android. I don't know if you have the Blender extension over there. Have you downloaded 5.2 already? I always like to wait a little bit so that the extensions have time to do the ports, but have you seen City? They published a little trailer of the 5.2 release, right? With cool projects from people. And you can see the city model over there, the elf from Freedom. That's the model I was telling you that had a chin that was like, it felt kinda too pointy, but it looks gorgeous when she does the spin. But if you see the model, I don't know, for me it looks like she has too pointy of a chin. But in 3D it looks amazing when you spin it. You downloaded it but haven't used it yet. Okay. Yeah. Well, they painted it in Substance. The most of the work is done in Substance, but it has a little the highlights in green and stuff of the like. They are done with a grease pencil. Yes. Yeah. It looks great. I don't know, the post got popular on Insta for sure. Probably another on Twitter too, I don't know. What is going on here? Was I resizing the bone or something? I think I might resize it to 0 or something. Okay, so this bake has been deemed illegal. Okay. Let's see if I didn't break the camera. Okay, the camera is baked and it works properly. Okay, what I can do is, instead of baking the bone, I can bake the mesh, because right now the mesh of the bubble is parented to the bone. I can bake the transformations of the mesh and parent the bone into the root, parent, and make it follow copy the transformations of the mesh, for example. That's a way to do it. It's probably a bit convoluted. There are probably better ways to do it. That's the one that comes to mind right now. Let's see. May hide a few collections here. The skirts, the feathers, flapperinos, and the magic rays, for example. Can you just use the copy transforms constraints on the bone? Banana, it feels like there is a simpler way. I am just not seeing it. So you may be 100% right. Let me select the bubble bone. The thing with the camera is that the object was independent before. But let me see. You may be cooking over there. I just need to... Let's see. Where is the bubble bone? First of all. Did I hide it by any... Okay, it is compressed over here, I think. Yeah, that's the bubble bone. Okay. I can't believe it. I use the copy transforms constraint on the bone. bubble, boom, copy transforms of the bubble mesh in this case. The problem is that the logic could be circular here because the mesh is currently parented to the bone. So I don't know if this works, but maybe. Okay, it gets frozen there forever. Probably because the logic has become circular. But it doesn't matter. Let me see. I can disable it, see if it's doing anything there. Okay, I saw the okay. What happens if I... Okay. It's doing something but illegal. So what I have to do is grab the mesh and bake its transformations. So yeah, the problem is the parenting, that the mesh had the parent, so that's why we have to break that. No problem. Easy peasy. Where is the bubble? Bubble. This is the thing, right? Doesn't let me select it because it's untargetable. Make it targetable for me. There you go. So let me object animation bake action visual key. I should clear parents. Okay, here is where you bake object. It automatically gave me object. I guess it makes sense. Visual key. You can clear the parents, but I'm gonna do it manually. Bake everything. Okay. Then we can break the parenting. And break the parenting, and in the bone we put the copy transforms. Well, we parent it appropriately and copy transforms and bake that too. And then we should be golden. Then you can just delete the keyframes on the bubble. And when we are done, right? But do you agree we have to follow this process, or did I overcomplicate it? Okay, let's see if maybe the mesh, let's see. Let's delete the parent to the bubble or the armature. Okay, seems to work. Let's go, for example, to the leg scene. I have another bubble when she wears the boots over here. That's it. That's probably it. Okay, so now the bubble bone copy transforms. Let's see, I'm selecting the bubble bone, right? armature bubble bone, copy transforms from the bubble mesh. Okay. But before that, I need to go edit. Let me raise the pose, frame 1. And I need to parent you, Mr. Bone. Edit. Okay, that's the camera. I was worried there for a second. Bubble. Should collapse this. I don't know why it spreads so much, but okay. Bubble bone. Indeed, parented to the root. Root. Nice. Now we can copy the transforms in pose mode. Of the mesh bubble. And let's see. Pose position. It probably follows the other way around now. It follows probably with the butt of the bone. But that is fine. Well, they call the head here. They call the hair the chunky part and the tail the thin part. Now you have the option in Blender to switch them up in the new version. But, well, to choose where the object gets parented. But I guess Legacy Blender defaults to the head of the bone. For whatever the case may be. Let's see. I don't like the fact that this guy is staying here. Trying to look for the frame where the bubble. Shouldn't it be like around this point? There you go. Okay, the mesh is there. Does the mesh have a transform applied? Because this transform and look, without the copy transform it's already following pretty well for some reason. It's probably a coincidence though. But let's see how it evolves. Once it does the leg thing, it breaks here. The bone is here and the mesh is here. Mr. Quetz, how are you doing? How is the Friday looking for you? Are you feeling great? Knee status over there. Knee And general health status. Is it okay? Are you feeling great? Is heart doing good? I hope so, mister. I really hope so. Wishing you a wonderful day over there. Not too much workies, like workies you can handle, of course. You get a lot of experience there and make a lot of progress, but you know, you're feeling nothing special. It is very warm. Very warm in Finland, the weather, you mean? Over here, let me look it up for you, but out of my feeling, I could tell you with the cookie thermometer, I would say it's like 26 Celsius. Let me look it up. "22 outside." Nice. Big chilling. Ideal temperature. 33. Sweet baby Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus. I'm assuming you're probably far away from the coast or something, so that the weather cannot be regulated by a lake or a river or the sea, right? 33. I hope the humidity is not too high. At least it would be easier to bear with it, right? So how is it looking? What are the plans for the weekend? Or today? Studying. How is your create mod too? Your Minecraft file with create and Oritek. Gonna get home soonish. Maybe tomorrow. Haven't done anything this week cause surgery. Yeah, of course. Makes sense. So you're still at the hospital? Or when you say go home, you mean go with your parents or something? Ah, you are at the hospital. They monitor you? Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Well, I am very glad that is the case, because that way they are sure, well, they're trying to make sure you are on a good state to be able to live on your own. So I'm very happy for you, Mr. Quetz. Big W. And thank you for your reports. I'm gonna summon you over here. It's Banana too. Mr. Quetz. Mr. Banana. Everybody that's reporting themselves over here to Mr. Cookie. Yeah, I think I'm able to buy designer in a bit. Yeah, I think we can afford designer in a bit. So W there too. I wanted an official license before they make it so that you cannot buy it anymore, just in case, you know, because everything is going subscription and I want to put my feet in there before they do the ZBrush strat. So just in case. And because here, when you become, how do you say it, when you become a freelancer, they can check everything. They can do inspections, right? That everything is in order and that you have your licenses and stuff. So gotta do it properly. So I have been saving, and I think I may be able to commit soon. Oh, how do you see the state of the drives? of the hard drives. The spinny boys, the slow ones. They are going up, man. Last time I checked, they are even more expensive. Oh no. I guess everything is going up because, well, they have the production locked for a few years, I guess. But even the slow boys, they're getting more expensive. Probably because they are dedicating the factories to build the fast boys, so there are not that many slow boys anymore. You know, I'm always on the look for like 8 terabyte drives or around that ballpark, right? They are getting a bit more expensive. Hope they stop with that thing soon enough. I am not an enjoyer. Not an enjoyer. So why does this bone, if the mesh does not have a spin, why does the bone, let me rest, check the mesh with it rested. Bubble. This guy. You don't have a rotation here, good sir, so why does the bone decide to do that cheeky spin? I mean, it seems to be following all the same, right? But maybe I can copy the transforms but ignore the rotation. I can do that too. I only need the scale, right? I only need the scale and the transform on the X, the location. Okay, let me see. Bubble. Bone constraint. Impose. Let me lower the music a bit. Okay. Pause. Bubble. Copy transforms from the bubble mesh. Okay. Okay, it is following, but it has this weird rotation, right? That's what we want to get rid of. Or maybe when I parent this bone inside the rod, did it get the weird spin? No, not really. Are you fully vertical though? I think you are not. Well, here you're fully zeroed, I guess. Okay, so instead of this, can I do copy location and copy scale? And you can also choose the axis if you do it this way. Okay, does this work? We get the first bubble with the wings, I guess. Here, okay. The head to the center, right? I guess. The only problem is that the scale seems a bit wild, right? Seems double what it should be. Doesn't it? And I can do 0.5 too, right? Seems sketchy though. It becomes power of 1. What if I were to make it 2? 0.5? Weird. I mean, as long as you understand it, the mesh has been keyframed. Is the bone keyframed at all? It shouldn't. Maybe that's the problem. Armature custom properties. Should I delete this? But I don't see anything for this bone itself. Action. Okay, this may be the action. Select everything. It has the camera, this action. Should I do action? Armature action. Let's see. Is this bone doing anything if I... anything other than following the road? It is. So this bone has or baked information or it's following here perfectly, but when it moves to the front it gets a bit destroyed. So I need to select you and clear your information. I don't know exactly what you're using. Let's see. Can I see what you're using? Constraints, yeah, but these are not being used right now. So I should use the copy transform basically, but I need to delete I don't know if it is exactly, let me see, copy the bubble. Okay, so we need to use this one, but we need to delete. I don't know if it is these keyframes here. Probably not, because I don't see. It's probably in the NLA. NLA armature action 001 and armature action and action. Let's see, one of these guys is spicy. Armature circle circle, nah. Bubble bone in the armature action contains information that needs to be obliterated, most likely. Didn't do anything. Well, now it's following the route and not being transformed. So I think that must have been it. If I now enable this one, was that it? Need to see you. Around here, right? Would be nice to remember the keyframe, but okay. This does not seem very good. Armature action. Is it the second one? The second one is copied here, but it's not in use, so it shouldn't be the case. So what about action? Action doesn't seem to have anything. And what is action stash? Action bake. But it doesn't have anything for this guy, right? Action 2. Let me see. How can I say how many actions have information from that bone? Let me see. How can I see or check okay, doesn't seem to be. Let's say action editor. Dope sheet, maybe. Action editor. Select an action. Yeah. It's giving me like scripts. Action is currently using action 2. I'm not very sure about that, good sir. Probably a stack of actions, right? Don't know why this is grayed out now. Object for the armature, for example. Why is this gray? Is it because I didn't close this? It could be. It could be. Now I can change it. The armature seems to be using action. Does not contain information for the bubble bone. Theoretically. I can try nuking this, but what will this do? Seems to be following properly. Let's see. Does copy transforms work now? Still seems to be pointing to the side. Looks feels so weird that it chose that direction. Yeah. So I don't know what I deleted here. Sphere action bake. This is the bake for the bubble. Bubble bake to objects seems to be using it. Probably because now, yeah, because now I gave it to the armature, when it shouldn't be here. Armature should be using or plane action or armature action, one or the other. Let's see. Can we do this without making the file explode? It exploded. Action object has no attribute f curves. So you were tripping. Well, the bone, we can name it. Bone is bubble. Still exploding. Action object has no attribute f curves. Where am I using action is a.name for a in data actions. I don't know how this library works, but we have double parentheses here, double air quotes here, well, quotes. So I should remove that, but let's see. Does this one work? Bubble. No, semi-legality. Action has not read F curves. Illegal. Should this be okay. Script is not returning any result. Let's see. Let's disable this. Pause mode. Bubble. Should now only be following the route, right? Well, it is the case indeed. I mean, does it really matter the orientation? I don't think so. As long as it's able to work, we can always copy the location on the scale or or rotate it after the fact. Let's see. Now you're copying the transformations of the bubble. Now I can bake this. Parent the mesh without affecting its transforms and delete all the keyframes. And then it should possibly work. Let's see, pause, bake action, visual king, and we can delete the keep the constraint. We will just disable it just in case. Nah, clear it. Clear constraint for the bone. Okay. Now we parent the mesh to the bone. That rotation and the change, the fact that the scale is not perfect too, right? Maybe it is, now that I think about it. Maybe the scale is actually the same, but do you remember that before we had it touching the bottom here? The lowest part. That could be the issue. Before it was going from the bottom to the top, and now it's going from the middle to double the... This does not seem like double the outside, but... Okay, it has been baked. Now I have bubble action here for the bone. In action 001. Now we should be able to delete. Like we parent the mesh. Bubble. Parent to the armature. Let's see. Doesn't let me. Because it's not highlighted. Bubble. Parent to the armature. Parent to the bone. Parent to bubble bone. Okay, and now inside the mesh we can delete all the keyframes. And I should have parented without changing the transform. So go back. Can do it manually too. Select this, edit, select the bubble bone. Where are you, good sir? Bubble. Can I not highlight you? Pause maybe? And edit should work. It's not highlighted. Should it be in pause? Okay. I guess. Now mesh to the armature, Control P, set parent to bone, but keep your transform. Okay, now I nuke your keyframes from the mesh. Okay, and that should be it. Over here it seemed to be behaving fine. for it expanded. The background is tripping again. I corrected that. Not that long ago, good sir. It's probably because I changed the action or something. Okay, the bubble there seems to be in place. Okay, there is the bone in the pose. Are you following the... Okay, it's fine. And when we go to the legs, okay, that seems fine too. Has that weird rotation, but is following properly. Yeah, nice. So let's see what happened to the background. Is the camera bone behaving properly, first of all? Okay, the camera bone is not following the camera. If I change the action to this action, now you're following the camera. So basically I need to copy these frames to the armature action. Let me see. Let me select all or stack a new strip and bake at the end, but because I don't fully know exactly how to do that, we reveal every bone just in case. Every bone, select them all to see what information do we have in action. We only have the camera, so let me rename action to camera bake. Okay, and now I'm gonna join the frames. Copy. Well, most likely, well, copy everything just in case, and we switch the armature action to armature action, which should be the main one. And let's spray. Okay, we have several bakes here. Let's see. Collapse all these channels. Show me this level. Do I have cameras? I have a camera here. But that's about it. And this is from the camera object. We should nuke it, sadly, but it is what it is. It needs to be nuked. Or you need to add the strip and overwrite. But because this is object, no, this is the bone, because it is inside armature. So I need to nuke it. And we key a random and we paste the pose from the, not the pose, we paste the keyframes here, like that. Does the bone follow? It follows. Now the background should follow accordingly. Even it is not doing it. Have seen offsets there. Doesn't is the background mesh not parent to the bone? Let's see. Object, bone camera, yes. And it has no action of itself. And the bone seems to be behaving. Well, is it really following that camera? Not really. There is an offset. Let's see, because maybe I pasted. Maybe I did this wrong. Okay, I deleted. Okay, I think I get it. Probably need to do it. Okay, this is the original. Need to do it in the first frame, probably. Maybe rest in the pose. Delete these keyframes. Get a random and paste all these keyframes. Now pause and see if this looks legal. Seems pretty legal right now. Nice. Can I get inside? I see legality down there. See a small band at the bottom, but it's pretty minor. Could be whatever. It's pretty much in place. I don't know if that problem was there before and I just noticed it. See, there is a micropixel of gray here, but we can lower the camera bone or the mesh on the Z-axis a little bit, and that should be it. So that's not a real problem. All right. Illegality solved. Now for the bubble we should proceed in a similar manner because we were having the same issue and it doesn't seem to like using several actions. Probably I can do it if I stack them on the NLA, and probably I can use the option to replace if you were a smart animator. But because we're working on a budget here, the neural connections are limited, so we need to make sure to transfer everything to the main action. Let me drop a save here. I'm gonna do a quick toilet break because the coffee needs to go out. I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? BRB. Come back. Okay, let's keep going. Bubble. Bubblerino. Let me give it a little bit more volume because the freedom music Scanner. Mellow. Let's see. Okay. We got the city model over there. So appropriate, I guess, to an extent. So is the problem here with the bone, or is the problem with the mesh? It's atomic anyway, whatever the case may be. The only problem is that this rotation, right? Well, I guess I can move. Don't know if you can do a local transform. You can move the curves, right? The curves. And that's what I was gonna do to fix the background. I guess it doesn't matter because it's parented to the bone, so you can slide it in the local, in the normal direction. So okay, no problem then. Let me do it because I'm gonna forget, but let's see, background. It has no keys at all. It's not using any action. Really? Can I transform it here? 0, 0, 0. Can I apply the transform? Let me see. Nice. There is a little atom. It's unnoticeable, I guess. Okay. Should be bigger here. In 4/3, I guess. Let me see how it looks. Yeah, it should be much bigger. So, well, one option is when the camera closer here. Let's see. Now I have a camera bone. Is the camera bone? Is the camera parented to the camera bone? I think not yet, right? Yeah, not yet. Camera action. Armature action. Nothing. You don't have constraints, and you're not parented to the bone. So where are you getting your info from? Camera. But this is the bone. Where are you getting the info here? Observe object. Is there an easy way for me to switch actions here to check? Let me see. Camera action. Camera back. But this is the object. And this is the bone. Okay. Camera action contains nothing. Camera action 1. Nothing. Camera action 2. Nothing. So one of the actions. Nothing. Nothing. An armature action has nothing. Let's see. Animation, armature action, yeah, but because I just put it here. So where is this guy's info coming from? NLA, camera action. The strip seems to contain stuff, right? Okay, camera action. This is it. The object transforms. Okay. Can I disable it here instead of, this is probably the best way to go. You keep your action, you don't nuke it, but you can disable it. You disable it, and now you parent. Now you shouldn't you be staying in place? Good sir. I disabled the other. Let's see. And this is the old camera. This one is using this camera action, the camera new. Camera new, this stripe. Can I disable this stripe? No active strip to enter tweak mode on. This is not open. Do I have to push it? What if I hide that and start sliding you around? By the way, I should have not a camera but the other. Let me see. Camera new. Not. Maybe camera new is using the camera mesh. I guess. The camera object. And what about camera all then? Camera 1. Okay. Got it. So, This is correct. This is the object. This is the action. Should be disabled. Are you moving? Where are you? Camera new. I don't see you. Why are you not showing? Observe. Cameras are enabled. Yeah, visibility. Visibility should be there. Camera new. When it works. If I disable this. If I push it. And I disable the stripe here. Okay, now this is doing weird stuff, right? And it gets fixed if I enable it again. Nice. This is probably it. Let's see, it gets disabled. Go to frame 1 and parent it. Or what? Parent the camera to the bone. Such an offset. Shall I use the action to reset the position? Or maybe rest first. The camera is scuffed. Let's see, animation. Enable it. Parent it. Control P, parent to the bone. Keeping this transform. Now I disable the action. Selecting the camera. Disable the action. Camera new. And pause again. And it's following the bone. It's doing the thing. But it needs a rotation in there. Okay. What if I nuke it? Does it make Blender happier? It shouldn't. Shouldn't be that different. Object mode, camera action, edit it. I need to be in object mode maybe to be able to access the keyframes. Doesn't let me. If I select camera new in object mode here and I nuke it, and then select the camera, and set it here. It's pointing in the correct direction. What is the bone in the armature? Is this it? Yeah. So camera new parent to this bone. Keeping the transform. Can you follow properly? Good sir. If I were to pause you do the same thing, which is not illegal. I mean, I'm glad it is consistent. I am just not an enjoyer of the spin you were given. The other one is properly parented. And to be honest, this one does not have to work here, the parenting. In Blender, I mean. As long as it works in Word or in Unity. The thing is, if you do this to me in Word or Unity, I'm gonna be cooked anyway. So it would probably be a good idea to fix it here before. I guess I can rotate everything 90 degrees on one of these axes. But then, for example, the theory I had with the strips that you could keep the info and disable it, it should actually, it does actually work. It's scuffed, but that way we get to keep the keyframes, I guess. Is it necessary? Not anymore. I guess it's not bad that we are deleting information to get a linear file, so maybe it's better to correct it here. I have the previous versions in case we need to go back, right? So let me go to the graph and try to give it the bone, not the camera, a spin. Let me see, let's check the camera by any chance. A 90-degree rotation. What if I... was it because of the bone? And what if I were to put a -90? Straight up to the object. Was the problem that I always had a rotation on the camera here when I baked? It's probably the case. So let's do... should I go for a 0? Should we correct this at the object level or at the bone? I mean, I can do that's it and apply the transforms too, right? Why didn't that work? Object have no data to transform. What is this? Got 0? I mean, as long as you work and you don't screw me in Waterloo. Waterloo I can also give it a spin to the camera, I guess. If we're gonna be making a script to follow the bone or something, maybe there is a point where I can apply a rotation to the camera. Perhaps. But ideally, how would you like the bone to be, right? Shall it be plain vertical or shall it be pointing in the direction of the camera? That's what I don't fully understand. Well, I guess the transformation is pretty straightforward anyway. I hope... Well, we'll see when we reach Unity. But I don't know. Why don't you let me apply the transforms? And I don't want any deltas in there. I really don't get it. Should I have not... I can go back when I parent and maybe not keep the transform or something? before parenting, applying everything. No data to transform. Without keeping the transform? What would you do in this case? It's basically the same. So weird. As long as you get it, guess we can always tweak it. Let me look it up just in case. Let's see. Object appears to have an unapplied transform on the end panel, but when I choose to apply all transforms, it says, how is it, like no transforms to be applied or something. Let me see, camera new, object have no data to transform. This usually happens when the object doesn't actually have mesh or curve data to transform, even though it has a transform values in the Elm panel. The object is an empty, and empty has location, rotation, and scale, but no geometry. Applying transforms will give object has no data to transform. Hey Lyra, how are you doing? So you're playing Minecraft over there. You were emptying a huge chunk in the map. I don't know what you were preparing over there. Were you preparing a better access to the dragon area or something? Not sure what you were up to over there. Hey, how is the afternoon looking over there? Preparing for... Ooh. Okay. Who knows? Was it in the server over there? Probably right. But I also got you a gift. I put in your doorway. So cool. Thank you so much. When can I check it? I will check it. I will check it off stream maybe, or I will wait. And I will. Can I check it the day of the event? That would be what? No, I will be streaming. Okay, on Wednesday. Next Wednesday is my Minecraft day, and the Thursday is the Dragon event. So I will check it on Wednesday. That's fair enough. Okay, just before the event. Yeah. Okay. I wanna check it, but I want it to be recorded. That's the problem. And the temptation was to open Minecraft right now, but I need to resist. I need to resist the temptation. It was cool. You were working, well, the other day when I was more active over there. Working on the castle, on the sewers, working on that fighting arena. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So, nice. Cool progress over there. It is just some stuff. To be honest, you need to give me a bubble of shields or some sort. I need to be wrapped in cushions or something. Because otherwise I will get obliterated. I will be working from a distance over there. I will be cautious. Because I'm not the best at fighting it. But yeah, I will be there. And what are the plans after the event? What were you, because that's like an important event for the server. Do you plan on keeping it up, or do you want to close it, or let me see. You'll be okay. You have yeah. Milo and Crimson and you. yeah. I can throw coffees at you from time to time. Give you speed buffs and heal you or something. Going to keep it up as long as people want to play on it. Okay, the cookie cafe can still survive there. And the whole town. Yeah, it is cool. I don't know, I like it. I like to be able to play in Minecraft and know that people are around over there. I like to play in my world too, but it is always cool to have people around. I don't know if you can save whenever you plan on sunsetting it. Can you save copies of the map and distribute them? I don't know if they give you the option. I'm not sure how it works. Who knows? And yeah. Hopefully soon enough we'll get the cushions in there, so we can all sit. Yeah, you can sit on your throne over there. I can maybe make an area of the cafe to play with the cats over there. Can do the cat cafe section. People can sit and play with the cats. That would be nice. Let me see. I don't know about distributing it, but I think I can save it as an offline world. Okay. Crimson probably knows the technical stuff. I don't know how it works. Just so that, you know, we can keep a copy of the map. You will probably have it for you forever. So that's a W already. There's still that little gap in there. I don't know if it is a gap or if it is the frame, because when I get close, there is no problem in there. Let me see. Probably no, but I don't plan on closing it anytime soon, so we don't have to worry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. W. I am glad to hear that. So who knows what you were working on over there. Have you done well? I won't ask. I will be surprised when I find it. I was gonna ask if you did something to the other side of the mountain, because you were creating like rails over there and you were burning the area. I don't know, maybe you were working there, or maybe not. Or maybe you were clearing the area for the Ender Dragon. I don't know. Who knows? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'm just thinking out loud. Flattening that area. Okay. Keep it a secret. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Did you partake on any of the Spanish customs over there? Because you were saying something that you were gonna be playing Resident Evil 4 when your roommate left or something. Did you partake in the Spanish traditions over there? Were you enjoying our bear traps and stuff? But be careful if you go there. Super open, so monsters will... Okay. No, I was waiting for my... Yeah, but she didn't leave as early as I was expecting. Okay, all good. Big legal then, big legal. So yeah, on Thursday... Well, you still have time to decide an hour. Let me know in advance and I will try to be awake, but that time awake and ready. Yeah. Okay. Big W. So should get... Yeah, no problem. Contact everybody over there. Let's see. An hour that fits everyone's schedule. Because we have to share American Europe. So it's probably gonna be something like maybe from 6 in the afternoon over here, so that is at least 12 over there or something. Yeah, look for a time that fits everybody's schedule and we will adapt. So yeah, it's probably because the camera has no mesh, so it cannot be applied because it doesn't do anything. If the type is empty, this message is expected in the outliner. This is the outliner. Let me see. If you are selecting something like a camera, light, or armature, some object types don't have transformable geometry. Okay, then it's fine. It's a camera. Camera has object transforms, but it doesn't have a mesh geometry. So apply all transform is not meaningful for a camera. Okay. Okay, all good. So no problem about that. I need to change here in the graph editor. I need to push the camera forward here. Well, we need to push the bone now. The camera now has no information. So armature, let me switch the music because Terraria, it's a bit funky there. No, let me stop it and let me switch to the Spanish galore we have over here. Thanks to Banana. This was a cool recommendation that from Banana. It turns out to be, it triggers the Spanish gene in me. So it has my thumbs up. Because you wanted to partake in Spanish customs. Okay. Armature bone. Armature. Pose. Camera bone. And I'm gonna move you closer. It's gonna be a movement on the y-axis, right? This position here. What if I were to check in the reference? You need to be touching the ground. Because you have a rotation. It's another curve. Is it this one? Yeah. Can I do that? And should be doing it here. The jump. Let me see. Okay, I set a time to see if it works for everyone. Check the Discord. Gonna go. Okay, let me check it. Discord is updating. Let's see. Okay, 6. At 6. Is this kinda... Does this date adapt to everybody's local time or something? Because it is like a fancy date. Oh, so fancy. Yeah, of course. This 6 works for me pretty well. Yeah. On the 23rd exactly. Okay. Okay. It has my approval. Yeah. We'll try to keep an eye on it. Okay. What did I do here? That this transform is not probably exploded in one of the graphs. And good luck with the chores over there. Yeah. Hope you get that house very clean. I love having my house clean, and currently it's in a pretty good shape. So I hope you get yours in a pretty good shape too. Why such a jump here? The model is in position. The camera should be doing something trippy. Should I smooth this a bit more? This one is the one with the biggest jump. What is this doing, really? Moving it to the side. Should I delete this? Nope. Let's see. Or we can try something different. Oh. Yeah. Let's see. How about this? Okay. So I don't know why the jump is so massive. It's in proximity, and let's see. This is the proximity. No. This should be the proximity, right? Maybe can just make it not go that far here. Here can use the magnet. Can I snap to you, good sir? Well, something like that, but these guys this is X. Scale y 0 is not possible. I wanna flatten. Or using the magnet to snap to here. I can eyeball it, but ideally and the X1 from the sides. Can make this be over here. Why doesn't it work? It's too close now. I have a weird angle here. I guess it was never that illegal. She was very tiny though. Well, legal enough, I guess. Okay, let's fix the makeup kit before fixing the pose. Drop a save. Okay, this one can be spicy too, because it has two constraints. Ideally, it should be parented to the chest. At the end, when everything is done and dusted, it should be parented to the chest. Right now, they have two constraints to be child of. I guess, is it parented to a bone makeup? Bone makeup, okay. Nice. So the bone is what we need to work with. These guys also have weird transforms that may need to be cleared, question mark. What happens if I rest the pose? Let me hide the particles because they are very busy. Hide the particles. Where are you, good sir? Transformation thingies. Bye bye. Okay. That size seems reasonable enough. I don't know if it is too big or not. But I guess we can. I need to key everything, to bake everything, right? Bake the transforms of the mesh, most likely. Yeah, we bake the transforms of the mesh because they work, right? And then we unparent the bone, we parent the bone to the chest, and we make it follow, for example. I think that's the strat. The bone needs to follow the base of the makeup kit. Because they are two different objects. Sadly, well, to have more control. Well, I guess, yeah, look at that. Goes through the middle of everything. So I guess it does not really matter. Okay, so shall I bake these transforms? Control save. I can bake both objects at the same time, I guess, right? You and you. Object. Well, let me pause just in case. Visual key and keep them, but I will disable them. Only selected bones. They are not really a bone, they are a mesh, right? But I guess. I have this bone selected, so let me, just in case, get into the armature and select the makeup bone. Just in case it has any effect. Now select the meshes, object, animation, bake action, visual key. Okay, let's see what we get there. Let's see what we get there. We probably need to get these frames and paste them back to the main animation, to the main action. Alright, finished. Why don't I have anything? Action for the makeup lead, and I don't have anything. Do you follow? You don't. Is it because they're probably still parented to the bone? Let me delete the constraints. Well, delete, disable. Well, the bone has them. So armature, pose, make a bone. Still nothing. I saw it there in the background. Why is that the case? Well, this bake is cooked. I can try it one by one. Okay, this should be before the bake. Make sure everything works. Seems to be the case. Yeah, okay. Cool. Now, one by one, right? This mesh. Thinking, should I bake the bone? Should I bake the meshes? Baking the bone will do what? For example, remove. Well, let me remove the constraints of the bone, for example, because it will do the proper transformations. But I think what we want to do is make the meshes follow their way and make the bone copy the transforms, basically. I think that's the strat, but let me see. Makeup lead. It has a solid define. That's the outline. Okay, that should be okay. Okay. So if I select the makeup lead and I bake you, do I get nothing because you don't have makeup lead action 001? Did I forget to hit visual keying? I don't think so. Object, animation, bake action, bake all selected objects, location, scale, rotation, animation to an action. Is it because This is not zeroed. Let's see, bake action from start to finish. Visual key, only selected bones. Let me see. Only key selected bones, post baking only. Okay, so it is visual keying for the object, so this should not matter. Let's see. Can you do that? Let's see. Bacon is still a bit mysterious, I guess. Well, to me. I guess I kinda get it, but it's kinda still spicy sometimes. Spinning, spinning. Okay. Created a new action for the makeup lid. I think it contains nothing really. It contains let's see, if I were to break your parent in here, for example, what would happen? Alt P clear parent without keeping the transform. Okay. Do you work? Oh, you do. Okay, it worked. So I need to do the same for the other. Let's see if it follows when it closes over here. You're not closing, good sir. Okay, you're closing there. Shouldn't that should have happened so much earlier. I mean, it's easy to fix. Let's see, as long as the mesh is there, right? Should be all right. And the mesh is in position. It's just a matter of adjusting where that blend shape triggers. That's fine, right? Yeah, we can do this whenever we want. Okay. Let's keep going. Moon crystal. Same procedure, we can bake. Probably don't need to come to the first frame or anything. And let me mark the name here. Action, this is the makeup lead bake. I don't think this is makeup lead, but we didn't get any keyframes really. But it started working when we unparented. Kinda peculiar, right? Ah, okay. It's because I had cam selected in the here, the magnifying glass. I had cam typed in, so it wasn't showing me the frames. All right, no problem then, because I can copy those frames to the main animation. So let's do the moon crystal. Okay. We select you, object, animation, bake, visual key from start to finish. Okay, and then we can delete the parenting, and then we need to possibly bake the bone even, so that the bone transforms accordingly, or make the bone straight up follow these guys. I guess both work. We can also, I was gonna say, bake the transformation of the bone, change the parenting. I don't know if it can survive that, or make it break the parenting and make it follow, and that's it. Okay, now has been baked. Alt P, but let's go to frame 1 just in case, and don't clear the transform. Okay, now you should be able to follow. There you are. Okay. Here it should close in the first pin. You should not be able to see it because it's not part of the official animation. But if you see it in 3D over here, it should be closing. There it should be closed. Okay, so now the bone. Make a bone. Has the influences there. Shall I disable them for a bit and make it follow and bake that? Is this a pose? I think so. Bone constraint, copy transforms. I need to parent you first. So, but we need to copy the transforms of the bone crystal, for example. But let's hide it. And now in edit mode, I need to change the parenting. I may be able to, I guess it doesn't fully matter where are you could serve here. Okay, you're basically, okay, parent, root, no, chest, parent chest. Okay, and then we have to make it copy the transforms. Okay, pause. Where is our dear bone? Inside the root we have the bubble, the camera, the feather master. Focus, what is focus? Okay, focus lines, I think. Okay, the hips, up the hierarchy, the case. And where is the makeup kit? Root. Because I don't see the makeup kit here. I look it up. Did it explode? Makeup. Inside chest. I'm a dummy. I forgot. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. It's pretty well positioned there. Is it with or without? Without the transform. Okay, I imagined I could get an offset when applying this. But I guess it will apply, okay, right? This is following. So I guess you need to make that. I don't like how they look, right? I guess you can always edit the bone itself. But will that destroy the animation? Probably, right? Shall I edit it here now? Let's see, what is your, for the armature? You know, Well, I can hit the makeup kit. Always these guys. Disable the modifier. So it goes there and I can measure properly. So if this were to work, maybe that's what I need to do for the other spooky bones before baking, ideally. Okay, they don't have an armature modifier. Where is it? Spine, chest, makeup. Okay, let's bake that. Visual Key. Hope it works because you see the others, the magic rays. They are influenced by this guy. And they are pointing the other way. Over there right now is in position. How can we do this? This is a bit illegal. If I were to parent it straight up, will it work? Probably not, right? Let's see. Yo, control P, parent to bone. Keeping the transforms, probably. because the mesh has the proper transform. Problem is the bone is not going anywhere. That is the problem. So this will actually freeze the mesh. We parented the top. Yeah, you can see there, not doing much. But the copy transform, I mean, it makes it follow the general path, but we need to give it a spin or something. And here, I think it can break. Let's see. Let's bake it and see. I'm fighting here to banana. You see, I'm getting some offsets in the bones, and in this case, this one has these other guys, the magic rays that depend on it. So I guess I can rotate it afterwards, but this is before the bake. The meshes follow the proper path on their own right now. They have been baked. I broke the parent to the bones, and right now the bone is in the proper place in the hierarchy, and now I want this bone to follow the mesh again. The problem is when you copy the transform, you get a slight offset and a rotation, and that messes up the magic rays. They makes them point another direction. I think I may be able to bake this and give it a rotation and a realignment after the fact, perhaps. I don't know. Can't you move the origin? The origin of the mesh or the bones. Let's see. These guys don't have armature modifiers, so they are staying there. And this other bone is basically at the bottom here somewhere. Doesn't the bone snap to the origin? That might be the case. I think it snaps to the origin of the mesh, yeah. And yeah, it snaps to the origin there. So yeah, I guess I can change it to the bottom part here. Let's see. Now the rotation, I'm not sure how to fix that. What if I choose the lid instead of the bottom? Is it prettier? No, it's still pointing the other way. see, I'm trying to think. If I were to bake this like this, can I slide it afterwards? The only problem I see is that the curves, they work in world space, I think. Let's see, we can try. Less thinking, more doing. Maybe. Let's bake this bone. So that's a dangerous that's a dangerous way to think. Not thinking. But you can also learn that way. Animation, bake. Bake the pose, visual key, only the selected bone from start to finish. Okay. Then we disable the constraint and see how can we fix the illegality before parenting. Yeah, I don't know how the NLA can be so spicy. It is. It can get a bit. It's not too bad, but I don't know. It's somehow also not very clear, right? It's hard to understand what could be going on. Okay, now I can disable this constraint. You should follow. The only problem is the magic rays and stuff, they're pointing the other way because you're pointing down. And well, the bone is following and whatever, but the meshes are not parented anyway. So we can probably detect that the magic rays are cooked if I were to enable them. And that's indeed the case. Let's see. Now, can I modify this somehow with a rotation? Has to be permanent, so I need to select the whole channel. Okay, maybe it can be done. This is like the vertical axis. What about you? Okay. I guess this is the one I want. How can I snap you? Can I do? Guess I can be checking here, but these angles are not local, right? Maybe 0. That That doesn't work. What's the original? If I add okay, and I make you positive. No. And then I need to make it this number. Copy. Close to that. It is the 7 times 2, maybe. It is. Let me check that number in the calculator. Minus 14 times 2, maybe. 1474 almost. Meh. Not that much. So if I move this, am I moving everything? Because I'm not really. I have all the particles here too, so I better nail this one. Let's see if I do it like a caveman. Can I fix it later? Let's see. GY 180. It does. Kinda. It does. I need to find the proper curve to plug it in. Yeah. Kinda sorta. GY 180. GY 180. Nope. If I flip the bone or something in edit. Switch direction on the bone. Like Alt the flip. Yeah, no problem. I think it's no. Did that work? Maybe. That one did something. It's hard to see with this guy. Let me see. Impose. Did I break the parent? It is there. Let's see. Let me show octahedral. This one is the what? Makeup kit. It seems flipped. Was it always like that though? Or did I just flip it? And they seem to be down here now. Let's see, let's go back. Yeah, I successfully flipped it at some point. Let me see, maybe. Switch direction. No, this is of the chain of bones. Let's see. Edit mode, Alt F. It's like the ones that were parented to it got obliterated. Well, they are pointing the right direction now. They are pointing the right direction. Maybe now it requires... How can I be so messy, man? I mean, these guys, I can also bake their position, I guess, and parent them afterwards. I don't know how many particles depend on the makeup kit. I think all of them. That's what's so illegal. See, because did I have that? Let's see. Okay, now I flipped it. I think I had the copy transforms activated. This one got corrected. There is just a mismatch here. And you break the parent in two. You break the parent in when you flip it, but I guess I can move them all to position. Is there a reason to parent them to the makeup kit? It makes logical sense that they are able to follow, I would say. It is not needed as long as they follow the route, I would say. But I guess it's cool that they follow the makeup kit. Can you just parent them to the route? I can. scan and it will work the same basically. Okay, flipping them breaks this parent. Let's see. Before here, before baking or anything, can make me break the parenting or break the transforms of these bones or meshes and then redo the bone structure. The problem is that's not only this race, man, it's that all the other particles. So yeah, they can be parented to the root, I guess, but why is this so illegal? I think the mesh has transforms unapplied, eh? Let's see. What have I baked here? Both meshes. Yeah, they are not parented to anything and they are working. Well, okay, so I need to keep going back. That was my question, basically. What do I have now? Okay, right now I change the makeup bone to the chest, I guess. Okay. We can try that. Let's see, first of all, enable the particles to see where are these guys. Okay, they seem to be in position. Well, in position pointing to the other side. Should I revert before parenting the makeup bone to the chest? The bakes on the mesh are fine. The bone is a bit spicy, so we can go back before changing the parent bubble camera. I need to go a little bit more. There have the child of transforms. Let's go. I was worried I was gonna run out of steps, man. Sheesh. Okay. Okay, so now in this, at this moment in time, we should have the mesh is baked, the makeup kit, the makeup bone still parented in the original position, so no damage has been done to the particles yet. So basically need to keep that position there. That or one of these. That's basically it. That position needs to be baked. I guess we can bake these two constraints on the bone position before. Will that help? Maybe. Let's see. Make action pause, visual keying only for the selected bones. And don't clear the constraints. I will disable them myself. Let's see how this goes. Let's go. How are you doing, Lauliet? How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hope you are working in amazing projects. Now, does this bone follow properly now? Okay, now this bone is goated. It's following the appropriate position. Can we parent it now? Without even copy transforms or anything. Well, we need to parent it now to the proper place in the hierarchy to the chest, but I don't want it to affect his action here. So let's see if we can pull this one off. Can we pull this off? It is indeed flipping Friday. And fries are legal, so you may as well grab a pack or two over there, eh? Well, one, let's not be too greedy, eh? Let's not be too cheeky today. But yeah, you can grab your snack or of choice, doesn't need to be fries. You can have a treat today. If there is a day to have a treat, might as well be Friday. You got some frozen fries over there. Those are legal, eh? They are legal. You bring them back to life. Maybe with your air fryer if you wanna be fancy and healthy, right? You can have some fries over there. If you wanna go bonkers, you can fry them the traditional way, of course. Once a week could be legal, right? Could be legal. Alright, so now this bone follows like a pro. I can keep these guys minimized. We're not gonna be using them. Okay, can I? Can we move you on the hierarchy without exploding everything? Hopefully. The mesh is disconnected, right? Let me go to object. The mesh is disconnected, yes, and it's following properly because it has been baked. Okay, so I am fighting with bakes here. Fighting the baking in Blender. Because I want to reposition bones up the hierarchy before exporting, so we do be fighting, but it is okay. It seems to be working to an extent. Okay. I also thought in Unity we have magical clause, so we have physics in there. So I don't know, should we be baking the physics here? I guess it gives it a starting point. It's probably okay that we are baking it. Then if the physics do its own thing on top of that, it is okay, I guess. Alright, so can I rest your pose? Drop a save to be safe. Are you streaming right now, Mr. Loliet? Because you could be. and I would be none the wiser. Senadora streaming EP. But I see no Lolit. Okay, let's see. Illegalities on the side. Illegalities to the side. Can I reparent this bomb? Can I reparent this bomb? Feather Master, no. This guy. Yeah. Very illegal on my part. I don't like. That makes me unhappy that I mistake somebody for someone else. It is not very kind of me. I heal a little bit to not die yet. So this bone. Parent. Chest. But keep it transform. Is it possible to do that? I guess you can do it with child of. With the child of constraint, but no. What would be the the way to parent it without affecting the transform? I guess if you parent it here, it's not gonna move it in edit mode. But it will when you pause it, right? So we'll see it here. It's probably in pause mode rested. Relative parenting, what's that? Relative transform. Maybe that I need to not hit relative transform. Test. Local location. Bone location is set in local space. Don't inherit rotation, don't inherit scale. Let's see. How can I parent? Blender. Parent bone to another without affecting its transforms. Keep offset. In edit mode, select the child bone. Shift select the parent, press Ctrl P. Ah, you can do Ctrl P. Okay, you are selected in the chest. Ctrl P, keep offset. Okay. Is this the way to go? Okay. Not fully illegal. Illegal, but it could be worse. At least the rest of the particles are pointing in the right direction. Let's see, how do you behave now? Because the chest transformations are affecting this bone now. So without affecting its animation. Child of constraint. This lets you assign a new parent, but leaves the underlying bone transform untouched. Make the new relationship, then make the new hierarchy. Okay, let's see. This guy here, makeup. Is parented already to the chest? No, go back. Go back. Okay, now pose mode, pose. Now it's following like a champ. Let's just child off. A new child off. Well, we can remove this, maybe. Child off. Chest. Okay. And is it in, let me see. In this case, the bone has not jumped or anything. I actually don't see any change, really. Okay, there, okay. Have a little illegality here. Click the set inverse button inside the constraint settings. Set inverse. Oh. Go to pause animation, bake action. And clear the constraint. Should I have done this for the rest of the bones? Probably. As long as they work, I don't care that much, but Big action. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, then the ones that are cooked. Feather, how are you doing over there? How is your Friday looking, good sir? Are you gonna be watching the final? Okay, now this works. Can I parent you now in edit mode? Probably at the start of the animation, just in case. No. Okay. It is legal for you to do so. Because you were an enjoyer, I just assumed it was a possibility. You to you. Control P, keep offset. Does this work or not? Where is the... Okay, the bone... The bone is cooked. Maybe I should parent but not keep... Don't keep the offset. Let's see. You to you. Control P. Are you parented? Okay, now you to you. Control P. Well, connected, to be honest. It shouldn't be connected. Maybe the way to do it is selecting it here. I'm not sure. Because here the constraint maybe didn't do anything really. Then parent the bone and bake the bone again with visual keying. Try the after original or before original on the copy transforms. I tried but on the previous setup and it didn't do anything great. Okay, right now this bone properly follows the mesh. And it used to have this child off to the chest that has been baked too. And the bone has not been reparented yet because it breaks a bit. I may need to, I don't know. Let's see. Can I copy transforms? Let's see. Copy transforms of one of the meshes here. Okay, that one breaks it a bit. Let's try before original. After original. Remove target share. Locals. Local doesn't seem that illegal, On the target, not on the mix. And the target custom. Target can only be world or custom. Target custom. Is this working? Transformation of the target relative to a custom object, bound, or vertex group. Still have to select the custom object here. Maybe this is to create an empty or something to guide it better. Let's see, because no idea. Let's see. Moving the origin. Probably does. Maybe you can do it temporarily, you know. Let's see, right now the mesh transform is baked. They are not parented. And the bone transform is also baked. And the bone parenting right now is parallel to the root, so the bone does not really have a parent. I should parent it to the chest, but it should be unaffected by its transforms. The animation. Or it should adapt. Probably should have been parented before baking. Yeah, problem is it breaks the animation, right? I mean, I can go back probably still. Let's see. Make a bone parent. To chest. What are you doing there? It's going for a spin with the previous keyframes. What is relative parenting? Don't know. This does not check out. And it breaks there. Even without that. If you copy transforms, is it that illegal? It is a bit illegal. If I copy the location only. Snap into the origin. Okay. Looking up here in a tutorial, I don't know. Let's see. Nah. Okay. Can I maybe before baking or something? Has this been baked already? Let me go to where I set the inverse, because that guarantees it hasn't. It was like around here. It was a slight offset. The child off to the chest. Constraint options there. Child of over there. Here I set the inverse to correct that. Should I do it though? Should I set the inverse? Then go to edit, repairing the bone, but keeping this guy here. And maybe bake that later. Let me change the music because I don't know what's going on here. Final Fantasy was going wild. Okay. Okay, let me swap headphone batteries here. Let's see if it can, survive the reparenting if I keep the child of constraint in there. Okay. According to this one, after having done that, the set inverse, you need to bake and then changing the bone with the keep offset. But I don't know about that. I can try it, but I set the inverse already. Then I will clear it and parent in edit mode. With keep offset. I'm not sure. I think it's tripping. I think they are tripping. This is too deep into the blendies. They cannot see. They cannot see. Okay. The baked has finished. Now I can disable the child of constraint and the animation works and follows. Not really. Does it not follow? Because we baked? So I need to do okay. This after the bake, so it seems 310. Okay. Then can I rest the pose and makeup to chest, Control P, then if I need to do it there, let me go back. Parent chest. Does this work now? No. What is going on there? Let's see. Okay, then maybe not bake it. I can try to do that too. Here before setting the inverse. Okay. Do you follow properly even? Because maybe that's part of the problem, that you never did. Yeah, and that's part of the problem. Is it because I had baked something before for this bone? Okay, is it following properly now? Because that seems to be the case. Okay, right now you're following properly. I don't know if you were baked or what, but you're following properly. Can I reassign the bone now? It's probably because this was baked before, right? So maybe that was the problem. If I were to delete this bake, will this work at all? Let's see. Is that even a possibility? Okay, this was before the bake, I think. Okay. Well, there is something here, but we have the constraints, so maybe I can nuke it only for the makeup. Let's see, can I nuke this? No makeup in this action. Okay. So we have the child of constraints, and we have a new child of for the See if it behaves normally. Do you? I think you do. If I remove you, yeah, you go away. Okay. Can I add a new one so that you are always following the chest? Or maybe before making this, I can change the parent. Get these guys in place, keeping the offset. Let's see. Rest. Let's see. Yeah. To you. Control P. Transform maybe. Okay. Pause. Okay, you are in place maybe. Oh, did I solve the mystery? Oh, I think this may be it. Because right now you're in the proper place in the hierarchy. You belong to chest, right? Yeah, chest. Or maybe no. What is the makeup? What is the makeup? Did I miss? Makeup. The flip. What did I put and then? Chest. Flap central. Neck. Shoulder, the wings. Did I not parent anything? What? Rest. Well, you were definitely not parented. I hope I didn't miss with one of the others. Parent makeup. Cross. Okay, yeah. Select cons. Okay, edit mode. Makeup. Chest. Let's go to the first frame, just in case. Parent spine. The chest. Yeah, that makes sense. Control P, keep offset, and now you are parented to the chest. Okay, pause. Can you survive it? You look fine. You are in the proper place. You follow accordingly. You have illegalities going on. Because right now you are boss. Now you have this second one, let's say, right? Can I? What happens if I remove this? So maybe I don't need it anymore. What is going on here? There is a particle here that was jumping all over the place. Well, as long as you can figure it out. Okay, now the bone does not fully follow. The mesh is working wonders there, but illegal behavior. Okay, well, the order of the transform also affects. Nothing there. What other constraints do we have? Who knows? Okay, so here we have both childs of. Right now it doesn't work because we changed the hierarchy. I guess before changing the hierarchy we can, instead of baking all of them, I can bake only the chest child of. Let's see, go back till the makeup. Okay, let's see. All right, constraints. I will hide this one and I will not bake it yet. But we will try to bake this one. Okay, so bake visual key. That's it. Then I will remove that and try to parent the bone to the chest and see how it goes. Keeping the other one. Okay, did it finish? So it seems right. Now I can disable the child of this one. Okay, let's see if it tracks well over there. And it probably will not be able to follow when it needs to go to the hand, because we need to enable the second one. Let's see. Okay, it's Seems to follow properly. Okay, can I change the parenting now? This could be the issue, right? Maybe I was overdoing it. Should probably go to frame 1 just in case. Okay, rest the pose, edit mode, make a bone. This one, right? I'm not sure if now I need to keep the offset or not. Control P, let's say keep the offset. Well, keep the offset, yes, because the other option is connected and we don't want to connect them, I guess. Pose mode. Pose. Seems to be holding. Doesn't have the constraint, so it cannot go to the hand right now. That's illegal. Let me see. That was illegal. Why would it go? It is disabled, right? I mean, it's kind of transforming okay-ish. I guess it's doing the transform of the chest twice. Feels like it, right? Let's see. Is it because... No, I changed it already. Okay, I'm gonna try the other option. Parent the bone in edit mode. Yeah, connected is probably not it, right? If I do it here with this, the little square, is it the same? Yeah, probably. Chest. Okay. Didn't change the position. So it's probably the same. Or is it... Is it because it has transforms on the other action? And they are stacking twice on the NLA. Because that is another possibility. This is makeup, just bake, and on the armature action, this makeup bomb has influence of these guys. At least we need to get rid of one of these guys, the child of or this whole shenanigan with the bomb, or nuke everything. I disable the one for chest. Is this legal now? If I go to makeup bake, let's see. Still a bit wonky. It's going pretty far away, and this one should not have triggered yet. I'm not sure what is destroying it. Probably a mix of all of the above. Okay, this should be before the bake. Well, the parenting has happened already. So Was that the issue? I need to go where it was not like that, right? Where it was not parented to the chest. Bake here, only the chest, child of, and delete the previous one, and then redo the parenting. Okay, no parent. Do you have any constraint? Copy transforms. And both child of. My question is, if I bake this to this one that's before the root, right? Can I add another constraint to child of, another child of to the chest, set the inverse? I don't think so. I think that's what I was trying before. Why is this so spicy? I also don't know if they are stacking, you know, when I bake. I think I need to go to the other action and delete whatever I have there. I think so. Does this channel not contain anything? Does not. Does seem to be the case. Okay, let's see. If I were 7 a lot of incrementals here, but if I were to bake, right? the original transformations. Is the bone cooked already? Make a bone. You're cooked here. Is it because I already baked? It could be. If I disable you, do you work? You do. So I already baked here. Did I bake the hand? No. It seems like I baked only the chest thingy. Yeah, I still need that one. So I baked this chest constraint. Does it work perfectly over there? So it seems. And if I enable the hand thingy, it seems to work in general. So, can you be parented? Classic question. The answer seems to be no, probably. It's doing it very exaggerated, right? It's like it is doubling. So what if I go to the other armature action and I delete? This one got fixed, right? Could be because we are in this other action. I could also delete these other guys though. And here it's cooked. Probably because no. Let's see if I change to the other bake. Make complete bake. Or is it? Could be another. Could be action or could be action 4 or Moon Crystal Bake if it exists. No, could be action before maybe. This one is the one. Have it cooked here. Needs that, but it's not enough. It cannot properly follow. If you add that constraint, behaves properly. It stops behaving properly here, probably because it has the double of the other, of the main action. Could be. What is the bone? That does not seem like a double. I need to enable this one. Okay. That's fine. Has a little bit of an offset. Is it because so when did it work? When I disabled the hand, I guess. When I disable the hand. Let's see. If I bake all the movement, is that too illegal? This is the movement of the bone. If I copy it and I paste it into the main action, well, I guess I need to nuke all of this beforehand. Okay, copy, paste frames. Okay. And here not fully behaving. If I enable this, okay. has a ton of offset there. This one probably does not help, right? Yeah. Let's see, we can do it. Is it too illegal if I bake everything? Or maybe before baking I need to set the inverse too, but it seems to be behaving properly. So I don't think that needs to be the case. Okay, here we were baking something. Should I go? This is with armature action. You're following properly here. You break here. Maybe it's close enough. This one, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's see. This got too deep, Mr. Final Fantasy. Too deep. One is a bit dark, so switch to. Let's see how this one goes. Okay. So let me go back. Okay. Parenting undone. And here I can delete the bake. Okay. So, okay, what happens now? Give me the constraints. Footer. With both constraints. Can you follow properly? You can, right? Okay. You can. Can we make it that? I will remove the constraints and let's see or disable them. See what I can do. It's probably too much baking there, but who knows? Spicy bakery in the. I can get the croissant out because we're baking. Holy flipperino. If the transform was not spicy, would be easier. Can also try to change the origin, but it needs a spin too. And I don't know if it breaks the rest of the rotations. I guess if you bake them, or if you change it immediately, maybe not. I'm not sure. Okay, so these guys should go away now. So now this bone should follow the makeup kit beautifully, right? Indeed. So it seems. So if I copy these frames to the normal animation, delete all the makeup positions, and create a new child of chest and do the shenanigans there, will that work? Maybe. Let's experiment. Copy these frames, switch back to armature action, nuke the makeup shenanigans, maybe leave the first frame. Paste here. That could have been part of the illegality, nuking the first frame. Paste all of that. I can get rid of these channels too. We don't need them anymore. To the point we can nuke them. But let's leave them there. And now, let's add a new child of to the chest. And this one is only to do the switcherooski. Okay, child of chest, and you should be okay. This makes the movement more exaggerated, but if we disable it, you move correctly. The thing is, what if I set the inverse, right? When it goes bonkers, if I set inverse, you adapt to the proper animation. Well, not always. It goes bonkers too. Should I do it in the frame 1? Set inverse. Clear inverse. Okay, maybe remove that. Let's do this again. It was a child of chest. Okay, okay. You leave it there. And now we do the switcherooski. Don't know if this one needs to be baked beforehand or what. With visual keying or something. Maybe not. Because if we see this one, it's not great. I think if you set inverse, theoretically corrects itself, but do you need to do it for like every frame? Don't know if it needs to be keyframed or what. But yeah, set inverse seems to clear to an extent. Don't know if it needs to be keyframed or what. Or do I need to press it every time it explodes? Guess you can only press it once. So that's set inverse. I don't know about that, I don't know about that. Okay, I guess setting the inverse here transforms it into the normal. What would be the normal modifier? Let's say, hopefully. Hmm. Try to parent after the bake without any more modifiers. Let's see. Okay, you get the same. You get a similar effect to the child of, right? Okay, we can duplicate the armature too and copy the transforms. That could be a solution. That sounds more legal. That sounds more legal indeed. And will everything work? And check inherit rotation or scale. I don't know. I saw another solution that it said that they could maybe duplicate the armature and try to copy the transforms to the new bones or something, but I don't know. Progress is not progressing, banana. This bakery is spicy. I tried a lot of options, but haven't fully found the one that works. Yet, at least. If I uncheck that, where does the bone go? Pretty far down. Can I use this one then? Not really. Hope we are doing better over there. Can you just parent the beams to the road? They are used only in the animation anyways. I can. I can. The copy transform was a bit cooked too, right? But there is the beams and all the particles. But yeah, I guess we can do it. How would you do it? Like by making these bones transformations? Object transformation. They are parented to the bones. I mean, I can bake the mesh transforms. Just unparent them and bake. The copy transforms. Let's see, before parenting the makeup bone. Okay. Here I have baked the makeup constraints, I think. I mean, it works great until I change the parenting. If I change the parenting, I can make the child of here, and that works great. It follows properly, everything is amazing. But you have to bake after parenting. Problem is that parenting affects the transformation, right? Let's see. Yeah, but you're copying transformations with the bone. I'm gonna go before the bakes. I have a save file if I cannot get there. Or I can basically delete this and that's it. Well, I don't know if I have swapped in the... This is armature action, so yeah. I need to go back. Here, these are the original frames, so now I can swap again to the bake and delete the bake, for example. Section 4, I think, for makeup. For you, good sir. I don't know why you are not here. Is it this one? Okay, it's this one. This is the bake. I can nuke it. Okay. So now the child offs. This is the original animation before the bakes. Everything works and is happy. The problem is everything that's connected to this bone, because we have the magic rays and all these particles. Let's see. What do we have? The copy transformation of the moon crystal. And if here, if I were to change the origin to here, what happens? Okay, this one is indeed looking better. Still flipped. Yeah. I'm trying what you told me 3 hours ago. Setting the origin there. I don't know if it's gonna affect the transformation or not. And this does not fully reach the top, but I mean, as long as we can make it work. Let's see with the graph. It needs to be in the other. So we have no bake. So here we have no properties, right? Yeah. Switch to normal armature, I guess. Let's see. these guys should be baked. Okay, maybe I need to swap their could that be what's destroying me? It could be the case. Let me go back. For doing this movement, can I fix the other bakes for the mesh? Move them to the definitive animation. What is your origin, good sir? Because the makeup kit should have been parented to the chest to begin with. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to solve now, right? We used to have one. I can import it from another file. It was an extra mesh, basically the same. It was always parented to the chest, and this one is an extra, or it used to be an extra that was gonna be used for the animation. But I thought, wouldn't it be cool that we use the proper one? So as an scapegoat, if we were not able to make this one work, I guess I can import another one from another file that's always parented to the chest. And that's it. Kobe! Ew! I'm hydrating. About to be cooked there. I mean, redoing it isn't crazy hard. Redoing it. I guess it's not crazy hard. This guy does not have that much action. Yeah, I have said a few times today. Okay, that's it with the original origin. Let me go makeup kit. Let me select this mesh, all the meshes. Makeup kit. In this action, makeup lead and makeup kit. Okay, have they been baked on the same one? Maybe. Makeup lead bake. Okay, let me grab this one. Gonna copy these frames. Copy. Switch them to the main armature. Basically, you just have to position it on the hand and the chest. I mean, if the mesh is able to do the proper transformation, right? I only have to position the bone, right? And reparent it. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. Let's see, let's see. It can be done. We got this, we got this, we got this. Let's see. Let me start moving this to the main animation to see what we really have there. Okay. Armature thingy. Armature action. Okay, forearm. I don't. I don't think. I need a keyframe for you. Good sir. You are not the IK forearm. Okay, make a plate. Paste. Okay. Does the makeup lid work as intended? It is dangling a little bit. Not exactly sure why. Do you have any kind? It is not parented to any bone at all, theoretically. So it should not be. Should not be doing anything at all. Don't know why it's so illegal. I do know why it's so illegal. I do. Because it is offset. I was not in frame 1, I was in frame 0. Nice. Okay. Okay. That's more like it. And now you, good sir. This is your baking action. You are let's keep it like that because maybe more objects were baked here. Okay, let's get these frames, copy, and move them to the main armature action. Okay, so come here to frame 1. Give me an empty there. Why are you here? 1 and paste. Okay. Are you where you should? Nice. Do you both behave as a team and properly? That's the blend shape. The blend shape still there? It is. This one, to be honest, should be closing. over here, but well, this is something not that bad. Your key. Open. Where is your key? Good sir. Because I wanna know. I wanna know. I would like to see this channel, good sir. And I don't see it here. I don't like what I'm seeing here. Okay. I thought they were stacking or something. You can clean those curves. It's not an issue. But I would like to see this. Good sir. Now they are closing. They close, but they should be closing here. And they close over here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, sir. Illegal. So weird. Where is this transform? Where is this transform hiding? I don't know. Maybe in one of these guys. Makeup lead. Magic action. That one is not it. This one is it. The thing is, I don't know if these actions are clearly affecting. And I don't know if it should. This could be messing up with the bakes and stuff. This is NLA shenanigans. Major action. Try to paste it here. I hope it's able to get the offset. If it's not, maybe I cannot even paste in these channels. I don't see the channel. Can I paste? I don't think so. And the thing is, okay, be careful there. So why can I not see here? The blend shapes. It is an absolute mystery, man. But given that in the other one they work, let me try to edit it there, at least. Lead. This one. This one is fine, probably, right? Mm -hmm. What in the legalities? Here we have in the NLA armature action. The key. Okay, this is the shape key, right? Okay, the shape key seems to be using this other action for some reason. Really struggle to understand this. The yellow thing is the active block, active action block. I basically want to edit this action. Guess I can choose it here too. this one needs to happen over here. Why am I not seeing anything there? Okay, let's see. I don't get it. This is another slot. Okay, it's another slot for the same object. the I don't know if I need to check tutorials or if this needs some, I don't know, like a little bit of a visual revamping, because this is a bit spooky. A bit spooky. These are the objects that can use it. What is this? Only show the slot of the active object. I guess these are the slots. Okay. So the thing is, why can I not? They are blending somehow. But found out that having the action in the orange slot is the same as having it pushed in. So I was getting double the effect on one action. At least you're starting to understand it. I have a huge mess with too many actions, and yeah. Basically need to copy this and paste it on the other. Okay. Don't know if it can be done there. I don't know why I cannot see that channel. For the lead. Can I not see the blend shapes channel? I can key, for example, whatever here that usually shows the channel, but not here. Maybe It's because I don't have it set in this tab. That could be the case. Merge animation. Merge animation of the selected objects into the action of the active object. Actions are not deleted but may end up with 0 users. Not fully illegal but slightly illegal. Shift key editor, I guess. Can you I don't know why it doesn't work. Oof. I really do not enjoy this editor. It's because I disabled it here. And as long as this one works. But it's not working there. Could be because the material is also cooked. It could be. Is the mesh working at least? Is the mesh even there? And it's doing it in another dimension. This is part of the illegality that the material is not cooperating, right? That I can see. I can see that being an issue. Indeed. Should I nuke it? No, here. Only these guys. The transforms. Yeah. And these guys could also play with you, for example. If you were to show here, good sir. I have the material here at least. A material is always does it never show in the dope sheet? Maybe. Can I show only selected? Okay. This guys. And if I were to see the blend shape, that would be amazing. It's not even working. Or is it? No. Ah, there you go. Nice. Kinda sorta, right? Finish there. Let me check the blend shape. Sweet baby Jesus. The mess. The mess I have going on here. Let me see. Okay. Let's fix these illegalities then. have to move the outline too, right? Don't know how are these guys still. Oh, maybe I move them at the same time. I'm glad. Okay. So the mesh. Now the mesh follows properly at all times and in all occasions, in every occasion there, right? Okay, it does. So now what we need to do is basically nuke the bone and put another one there that follows. And if the reparenting of the rest could be done or not, that is a mystery. Makeup neon, where are you, good sir? Okay, are you parented to anything? It appears that the cursor. All good. What are your parenting relations? None. Be parented to the chest. Why are you yellow exactly? I'm going to pause just in case. Okay, no constraints. Cool. Edit. So it should be gray. Default color and default color. Then why are you yellow? Ah, you're not. Because you were selected. Oh, I'm starting to be fried. I think I've been fried the whole day. Or well, I don't know. The baking process does not seem to be my forte, let's say. So it should be 0, 0. Neutral. Big cozy. Are you okay? Are you tired? Are you chilling? Big chilling. Nice. Have you gotten a check over there? Not yet, probably, right? 1 week more. Or 2, maybe. Yeah, maybe a few more. You will get your first chunky check in the mail over there. Well, they don't usually send it over the mail here, but in your account you will get a transfer over there. Nice. So this should be the position, and the copy transform should do the rest, maybe. Let's see. What would happen if I copy transforms here? Makeup, no, Mon Crystal. Yeah. We are not too fried. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not too fried. I can play, of course. I don't know. I've been dealing here with the baking process and the NLA today, and I feel like I don't know, like a fly hitting a hitting a crystal, trying to escape. I don't know. Like it feels a bit illegal sometimes. What can I say? And this copy transforms seem to work. guess this one can control the rest of the bones. Can be a master for the particles, and the other can be yeah, I don't know. Let me see. No more. No Medinamis chapter lately. Any cool news over there? I don't think so. Nothing too wild. What is this one? Child of head. The cross. Ah, yeah. Okay. So that way this is a master for the particles, let's say. Makeup. Makeup particle master. Movie's 3 months away, but that's about it. The movie. Does the movie keep advancing the story, but it has to stop at the manga at most. It does not go beyond, so it is not the whole thing. Do they have material? I still don't get how they are making 2 movies. Not much has happened in the manga. Yeah, I guess, right? Guess they're gonna start stuffing the content over there or stretching it a little to milk the saga. I guess, right? Makeup particle master should not control the makeup anymore. I guess it doesn't because they are not parented. In the rigging, they were never part of the armature, I guess. So this one is following. Doesn't matter if the bone is a bit cooked, I guess. Let's see, where is the bone? See the chest here. Makeup new. I put the copy transforms in there. Are you like squished? Are you squished in there? They haven't announced the second movie release date yet. Yeah, because it hasn't finished. So maybe they use everything on the first and the second. Possibly. I guess they are in talks with the author, right? So maybe the author told them. And at the end, they're gonna have a mega epic battle and this is gonna happen. So maybe you wanna reserve, maybe you wanna keep a movie just for that. I don't know. Battle, to be honest, battle is action based, action packed. So they happen kind of fast. And they cost a lot of money. So but the Bondru movie, it had a very cool fight. I guess it had all the previous story too. So okay, there you can see the bone. So it's not ultra squished. It is there. Doesn't matter if it's like that, right? And already parented to the chest, and then I should make these guys. I should make this bone, right? This bone's transform. So I can remove the and parent the object and delete the previous keyframes, I guess. Yeah, I guess that works. Big visual key. Okay, let's see if we can pull it off. Sweet baby Jesus. The animation and the NLA, I don't know if I need to check like a ton of tutorials or something to properly understand it. When I checked tutorials, it seemed easy enough when they explain it to you. When you're working here, it gets too messy too fast. So I don't know. When I tried doing this, I just baked the whole model. Understandable. I don't blame you at all. That's why I started saving incrementals, because it is like the clean frames from the start. I mean, I can clean the bakes too, but that's a thing from the past. Those are long gone. Now it's baking into physics, into baking, into, I don't know, everything looks like black. It is a very action-packed minute in there. So I can delete or disable this. Now we have this new bone. It probably has its own action, which is highly illegal given the situation we are experiencing. I should probably not only copy but delete the trash from these extractions. Action editor and switch to the main armature action. Go to the first frame, create a keyframe for this boy if it doesn't have one, which he didn't. Make up new and paste the keyframes from the bake. Are you in position? You kind of are. Do you follow? You kind of do. Okay, I guess. Now, can I make the mesh follow you and delete the mesh keyframes? Is that a deal or is that illegal? That is the bone indeed, the only one I need. Okay, the only one selected. So can I make pose? I guess it needs to be posing, or I need to parent and alter the transform. Well, it doesn't matter because the bone should have the information. Maybe if the mesh fully adapts to this, we're cooked. So I don't know, let's start to try to do it in place here. Moon crystal to armature. No. Object. Moon crystal to armature. Control P. Parent to bone. and keep the transform, the current one you have. If I select you and I nuke your keyframes, or I disable this channel like a proper boy, but theoretically I should nuke it. Okay, that is something, isn't it? That is something. What happens if I nuke this channel? Bam. No, my bad. That was the problem. It's not the makeup lid, it's the makeup kit. That's not any better. What happens if I nuke it? Ah, you're parented to the magic ray? What in the illegalities? What? Did I mess that up? That's why you were spinning. Okay. No more parenting there. Let's see. You. No magic ray. You are the bone. Object mode. Makeup kit. To you the armature. Control P. Parent to bone. Keeping the offset. Or the transform. Now, if I disable the makeup, this is makeup kit is an action, not a mesh. I should nuke it or disable it. I hope that didn't affect the blend shape. And this is the bone. What about the mesh? Okay. How do you behave? Okay, that seems pretty okay. That, do you follow for real or what? Why do I see delay? Did I paste slightly offset or something? It's like the same that happened last time, right? Makeup new. Do I have a frame at 0 or something? Seems to be offset by a frame. Well. Yeah, something like that. Makeup lead. Shouldn't you be using the makeup kit here? I hope I still have the frames for the other part. Well, the other seems to follow properly. That's why I'm questioning if I should delete this one. Probably not. Yeah. Understandable. That one makes sense. But so is there an issue with the bone that's slightly offset or something? The problem with that is that can I even fix it? Let's see, because this bone seems to be following. The bone is following the lead perfectly. The other one is following behind. Why, good sir? Why are you falling behind? Makeup kits. That's empty, right? As it should. What do you have as modifiers? Solidify. Okay, that's perfect. Do you have like more actions we don't know about? That could be a classic. You have accessories, permanent accessories, that's fine. It's only materials. And you have armature action, which is beautiful. You don't have illegalities, apparently. So, what is going on here? Or not. I thought, the first thing I thought is, okay, you have bones, weights from 2 bones, you have 2 reds, and you're calculating the average. You don't really have an armature modifier. Even though maybe you should. And then I can properly investigate what's going on. You only have one, you know, you're following makeup new, which is great and wonderful. That should be it, right? Should have no other influence there. maybe should have not, you know, here at frame 1. Maybe I need to key here your position and move it to frame 1 so that it has a reference pose. And from there you start cooking. Nope. Oh no. I mean, what if I use an armature modifier? Are you not parented to the armature somehow? Can I find you inside here? I can. If you prefer an armature modifier, I don't mind, eh? Let's see if that allows me to see. Illegal. Okay. But you shouldn't have influence. You only have one parent, right? You don't need the modifier. Could be, as Banana said, another strip adding transforms. But in the NLA, this guy, let me see, I messed up here. So in frame 1, it's not good enough. You here have materials, which is whatever, and the armature action. With one frame for you to exist, and that's it. parent into the bone, and the bone moves pretty decently. Another thing I could check is your transforms. You have illegal transforms. That could be it. All transforms. Okay, that. And pray. How is it possible? Only has a solidify. Armature action. Makeup kit. The slot. With only one keyframe. That's it. Why am I trying to bake the objects anyway? I am trying to make the objects follow this bone so that whenever she moves her chest, the makeup kit can follow. Like the same way it was in the beginning. Because this new bone is parented to the chest properly. So I baked the mesh transformation initially to be able to copy with the bone later. Yeah. I am sorry. But yeah. This project is the biggest by far to date. I probably will never, or not in a while, get into something this wild. But aren't you using the armature modifier for those? I don't think so. They don't have an armature modifier. Maybe they used to at some point. I think they used to have. I don't know, maybe they had it in the beginning, but not anymore. Yeah, I think I broke the parenting the moment I was, I baked the mesh and then I broke the parenting, so they stopped having the armature modifier. I think that was the thing. I can put it there again. Let's see if with the armature modifier it's easier to tell what could be going on. Armature. Don't know what this illegality is. Let me see. Can do it another way. break this other type of parenting and what? Everything is 0, but you're not at 0. What's there? You're there. Let's see. And put it at the world origin, maybe. Is the world origin there? No. Couldn't you make a bone for the other part and parent it to the chest too? Yes, I can. Guess they used to follow. Using one bone in the beginning. I don't know which was yeah, that was kinda neat. Oh no, I got God. Blender, why? Blender. Not sure what was the exact frame where I froze this thing. But somewhere around here. Hello. Hello, hello, Sailor Moon. Around here. Yeah, empty groups, I guess. happened there? Painted it red and it exploded. It's probably because of the offset. Because it had transforms. It had transforms here because the origin was in the mesh. Maybe. Scale is now 0. This was one of the illegalities. But I shouldn't get it here. Probably because I didn't get... Because I deleted the frame here. For parenting maybe. Is it because of that? And can I move the origin to the geometry? This is the issue. But if you reset that, it's more illegal. I hope that doesn't break the animation. Gets obliterated. Vertex weights for the trail 1. Let's see, let's select this bone. Makeup particle master, no. The makeup new. That one. And you get nuke too. No, you don't get nuke. You get teleported. Okay. What happens if I... Let's see, what can I do here? Does deleting here, deleting that help? Not much. I mean, I can put you there manually too. Let's see. Makeup new. Okay, I see you. Did the scale change? This looks huge. Okay, this is the scale. Still looks kind of big. Let's see. It's probably out of bounds. They may have a copy. It's in a more of a legal state. This should be the scale. What is going on there? Because of the assignment to the new bone that it grew that much. Okay. Bone probably has a baked-in scale. But and that I resized it in like pose, for example. Yep, could be. We should make up new. Well, I guess it has all the big transforms. But it seems pretty legal for now. Let's see. What is this guy? Can we make you go back? Because this is empty. It's here, but it does not have any keyframes. It's not following properly because I have it parented, right? Yeah. And now you stop being there, okay? So I need to keep going back. There you go. Okay, rest. Frame 1. I have to create a bone, probably. The makeup particle master, right? No, makeup new. Really? And it has that beautiful shape. Okay. I don't like the fact that you are green. Okay, you're not using this, right? So you have been already baked. Nice. So let's see. Gonna hide you for a bit. Where is your friend? Why are you over here? Because you have the parent, okay. No problem. So, to keep you here, your origin is in place. Can we parent to the bone but keep the transform? The classic. Armature. Select this guy. Object armature. Control P parent. I can do armature the form. I probably should with empty groups. Okay, and armature mesh, white paint for this guy. All the birds. Okay, you didn't explode. If I pause you, will you explode? Maybe. Okay, if I delete your keyframes now and I leave the first one, maybe. Are you a happy boy or not? Oh, so small, right? So small. Scale was like 0.8 or something. But that's not the issue here. Okay, speak time. Then the scale shape keys. Okay. Shape keys. All the keyframes, right? That didn't do the trick. Yeah, no problem. We've been here for a bit. It didn't get restored, right? The transformations of the bone, I guess they should be. What if I scale it here? Yeah, that works. It's illegal. And are you misaligned? I expected you to be. Well, at least this is not that bad to solve. This is classic parenting and constraint illegalities. It's not that bad. Future Coke, when refreshed, should be able to deal with these guys. Hopefully. But sweet baby Jesus, what happened today? What is this Blender Bakery? Well, yeah, it's the animation bakery and the NLA. The They're not easy to deal with. I will prepare pick over there because the boys are waiting and Neutra needs to go to eat at a reasonable time. So sorry it had to be so rough today. Thank you so much, Banana, as usual. Ultra07, thank you for your patience and your tips over there. Hope you had made amazing progress there with Kiss Shot. And see you on Monday there to keep blending. Monday? On Monday. Because this time I don't have to work. I don't have to work this next week. I have to see a client on Wednesday. But it probably will not affect the stream. Probably won't. If it does, it only will delay the Minecraft time. Alright. Let's switch to Picarino. Has been saved. Closing Blender. Let me don't speak. And let me do a quick toilet break while this thing loads. Controller. Real life controller. I need to grab it. Let's see. I'm switching the title here. Here's a silly face. Let me see. Wow, let's go. And I can see the wings a bit. This is gorgeous, man. This is gorgeous. Congratulations, Banana. You're cooking. Yeah. I hope we can figure out the NLA once and for all. And all the illegalities there. Let's see. Maron Neutra, as far as I know. If you give me 2 minutes to do quick ultra fast toilet break, I'll be right back to play. Okay.